Hola, hola. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Probando, probando, probando.
Sorry, yeah, we need you. You need to
I
make you
request for,
co-host.
yeah.
I will take your presentation anyway, but it is laptop.
Good. Yeah, you have it, I think.
Yes.
So I shared the screen. Why does it not showing?
No, because we have to change to yours.
Video I should turn off, right?
And that you we need you to close. Hola, hola, hola. Perfect. It's working.
Chicos, por favor, probar a hablar por el micrófono del atril. Hola, hola.
Está entrando, ya te estás escuchando.
Vale.
A ver, Gador, prueba a hablar.
Hola, sí, os escucho. Entra bien el sonido.
Vale, nada, se te escucha aquí.
Vale,
Un
genial.
pelín bajito, pero bueno, ahora meto un pelín de volumen.
Vale. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, sí, os escucho. Entra bien el sonido.
Vale, nada, se te escucha.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for coming. Welcome to our School of Civil Engineering, la Escuela de Ingenieros de Caminos, Canales y Puertos of Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. Welcome to the people that are here today, but also to all of our students, international students of our Master in Digital Twin for Infrastructures and Cities. And it is a pleasure to have you here. And I just want to give you a message about grateful that we are to the people that have been organizing this event. In fact, we have two events today here at the school. We have prepared, with the help of TYPSA, a workshop on digital twins in logistics ecosystems. Thank you very much, TYPSA. Thank you, Felix, for helping us to do this. You are the real heart of this workshop. And at the same time, we have an institutional visit of the MIT Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Sora, for coming. And okay, we are Spanish and we like this kind of things. We try to mix things. and this is always generating some kind of disturbances, even taking into account that we expect today to have a researcher from MIT, who is Cathy Wu, was going to talk about artificial intelligence applied to mobility. Unfortunately, he couldn't come to Madrid because of a personal reason. And well, suddenly we were without our MIT guest. But yesterday I asked his colleague, Sorab, okay, can't you give a conference about it? And it's incredible, but in less than 10 hours, he prepares something, and he's like a magic boy who is able to do these kind of things. And I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I hope this will be very, very, very fruitful to have both things, both events all together here at the school. So thank you very much, TYPSA. Thank you very much, MIT. It is a pleasure, and we are honored to have you here both talking about digital twins and logistics ecosystems. Thank you very much. Felix, please.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I prepare a short speech and about the day. Well, let's start. They say the ideal is to sleep 8 hours a day. It's advice we all know, but reality often drifts far from that idea. In my case, for the past 2 years, my daughter has decided that 8 hours was unnecessary, and waking up every 2 hours is the norm. She has changed my default settings of my sleep, and like any parent, I have to adapt to this new reality. This simple analogy reflects well what happens in the design and operation of infrastructure. When we design something, we start with ideal parameters, theoretical models, historical data, and carefully defined assumptions. But once the infrastructure begins operating, reality takes over. This is where digital twins become an essential tool. Just as I have to adapt to my new sleep routine, infrastructure must adapt to the real data collected during their operation. However, data alone has no value. It's true, impact lies in the professional who interpret it, understanding its context and meaning. Their expertise and judgment transform the data into sound decisions that address real needs. For this to be possible, it's essential to integrate disciplines like IoT, big data analysis, and digital simulations. These technologies, combined with human knowledge, create practical solutions that not only give change, but also optimize efficiency and precision in every decision. Businesses need to adjust their operation model to respond to this new opportunity. And as well as I'm here at the university, I want to share with you some lessons learned based on my experience in TYPSA. Just 3. First of it is identifying internal digital capabilities. At TYPSA, we have highly skilled professionals who interpret client data worldwide, from Aztec in the United States to MEX TYPSA in Mexico or EDG in Australia. We've understood that digital transformation is not a fleeting trend, but a strategic lever we've integrated into the core of our global operation. This approach enables us to lead not only in design and construction, but also in anticipation the future needs of asset operation, turning challenges into opportunities and ensuring sustainability, high value impact for our clients. The second lesson learned, complementing capabilities through partnership, like with the school, merge and acquisitions. A prime example of this strategy is Rauros. Our company specializes in road infrastructure management and maintenance. Its expert system, Icaro, managed over 250,000 kilometers roads in countries like Spain, Mexico, or Colombia, analyzing pavement and asset condition to optimize maintenance and extend their lifespan. We've strengthened our technological offering, incorporating also techniques innovation through Intemac, our reference center for analyzing and evaluation existing infrastructure. Intemac provides consolidated expertise in structural and functional diagnostic, ensuring maintenance and improvement decisions are based on reliable data and advanced analysis. Techniques complement these capabilities with over 15 years of experience in structural monitoring and geotechnical surveying, developing proprietary technology of instrumentation, telecommunication, and software. A notable example is its collaboration with the Port Authority of Cartagena, where we are working together to enhance its digital twin and optimize the management of its infrastructure. Additionally, by integrating Gestiona Consultores into the group, we've bolstered our ability to manage infrastructure comprehensively. Its GoLit platform plays a key role in the road network of Vizcaya, connecting all databases to efficiently manage and network any network element. We've also collaborated with the Bilbao Water Consortium to create its digital twin operated with GoLit to centralize and optimize the management of its water network. And the third lesson learned, establishing a center of excellence, coordination, and dissemination. TYPSA Group Digital Accelerator has been a cornerstone in consolidating these capabilities. Through this program, we've created the Data Office, a center of excellence that coordinates and enhances the strategic use of data within the group. This office not only ensures data availability, organization, and optimization, but also centralizes our capabilities in artificial intelligence, promoting the creation of industry-specific knowledge agents. This ensures that data is not just a resource, but a driver for smart decision-making and innovation in all projects. These synergies, which include the historical technical capabilities that have accompanied TYPSA Group since the foundation, combined with these new contributions, allow us to offer a solution, advanced solution covering the entire life cycle of the infrastructure, from design to operational. The Digital Accelerator has been pivotal in integrating and enhancing these capabilities, fostering innovation, strategic data use, and the adoption of advanced technologies like artificial intelligence. And with this, I'm going to finish my lesson learned. In this context, the creation of TYPSA Digital Solution marks a decisive step forward. This new company is designed to strategically coordinate and structure all these capabilities, ensuring our clients receive even more innovative, efficient, and future-oriented services. TYPSA Digital Solutions not only address today's challenge, but also position itself as a beacon in the digital transformation of the sector, laying the foundation for a more sustainable, connected, and competitive future where excellence and innovation become our hallmark. And just to end, like Professor José Calavera used to say, the best way to learn is to travel. Inspired that idea, we have designed this event as an intellectual journey to environments where digital twins are already established and others that are in the way to implement. This opportunity to learn from this experience, understand their challenges and success is good for everything, and we hope you enjoy. We want to thanks to the Escuela to facilitate this space and everything around this event. We want to say thanks to MIT to be here and to share with us the knowledge, and also to APM Terminals from Valencia that are here, Civilnova from Asturias, EMT from Madrid, and Merca Madrid also from Madrid. And we hope you enjoyed this event. We have worked hard to make this memorable and enriching. Thank you very much for coming and stay here.
Thank you, Felix. Thank you, TYPSA. We will start with a keynote speech by Professor Saurabh Amin, but I invite the head of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering of MIT, Professor Ali Yadbabaye, to present the speaker. Please, Ali.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. Thank you, Jose Miguel, for inviting us. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce my colleague, Professor Saurabh Amin. Saurabh is the Edmund K. Turner Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering at MIT. He's also the director of Pierce Laboratory for Infrastructure Systems, which is our main subgroup focused on civil engineering in the department. He also is our graduate officer, the undergraduate officer in charge of all our undergraduate programs, including our main degree in civil engineering, civil and environmental engineering that has 3 tracks, one in systems, one in infrastructure and mechanics, and one in environment, and also our newly established climate system science and engineering degree. Saurabh got his undergraduate degree from Indian Institute of Technology, a master's in transportation from University of Texas at Austin, and PhD from University of California at Berkeley in systems theory and control. And he's been at MIT since 2011. It's a great pleasure to welcome Saurabh.
So is the screen projecting? Yeah, so while the screen is projecting, I'll perhaps start. So thank you very much for your kind invitation, and thank you for this event. I learned a little bit about the effort on digital twins from the speeches prior, and it's very instructive and informative already. So while the slides are projecting, I'm going to try to already give you my key message in case the slides don't project and we run out of time. So the first thing is, while we are thinking about digital twins, it's important to account for the needs of the stakeholders, which are users of these digital twins. And this includes the users of infrastructure, the companies who are going to use these digital twins, the government and the regulatory authorities. So it's important to tailor the design of digital twins for the stakeholders. The second message I want to give is, in addition to digital twins, it's important to account for the sensing, control, and AI technology to be integrated into the digital twins. And the third message I want to give is absolutely important to weave in resilience to disruptions of all kinds in trying to create this digital twin capabilities. So in this kind of a framework, I'm going to try to tell you about how we can enable cyber resilience, cyber physical resilience into our transportation and logistics systems, all right? And to begin with, I'm going to start with the news that you might be seeing every off and on, that disruptions are routine in transportation and logistics systems, okay? And I'm going to try to divide the disruptions that we see into 2 main categories. One is what we call as reliability failures, which are incidents, the capacity fluctuations, the weather disruptions, and all kinds of random events that we face in our transportation and logistics systems. And the second, more emerging kind of disruptions I'm trying to argue is, as our infrastructures become more and more dependent, we need to plan and adapt for incidents which are adversarial in nature, which I call it, or cyber fraud, malicious incidents, and also adversarial actors are increasingly taking over our infrastructure. It's important to try to adapt our decision-making capabilities to understand how these infrastructure and how we can make them resilient to these disruptions, okay? So I'll try to give some examples to try to motivate and warm ourselves a little bit. So we can have, for example, weather fluctuations, okay? We can have incidents, accidents in a routine. And many companies and users will face these kind of incidents. So the opportunity here is, how can we understand the nature of these incidents in terms of how it's affecting the performance and the capacity of our transportation infrastructure? And how can we use the sensing and capabilities to respond to these random, these stochastic disruptions that we are facing in our infrastructures? That's the kind of opportunity, the first opportunity. The second opportunity is that as we have different types of traffic, including EVs and connected and automated vehicles trying to go through our infrastructure, they are sharing the same capacity, okay? And it may turn out that when you have a platoon or a group of EVs or automated vehicles, it might actually act as bottlenecks or moving bottlenecks for other traffic. So the question here is, how can we use information technology and control systems to try to control and allocate the capacity to these different types of vehicles or vehicle categories in a manner that is more efficient and reliable, okay? And how can we actually understand the behavior of our transportation systems under this mixed traffic conditions and use our infrastructure in a more intelligent manner? So that's the second opportunity. And the third opportunity I want to address is that while we are trying to think about digitalization of our infrastructure, we do need to proactively and by design build in resilience to malicious attacks and cyber events, because people have shown that it is possible to create fake traffic jams, it's possible to hack into traffic signals, and this might have crucial safety and reliability implications on infrastructure. So how can we improve the resilience of cyber-physical systems, which is our infrastructure, to these kind of strategic attacks? So that is the third opportunity. And in order to try to sort of build in resilience to these kind of events, right, random events and cyber-physical infrastructure, it's interesting to sort of see how we can mitigate, prepare, respond, and recover to these failures. And I want to sort of suggest that one agenda of what you're doing in the center and this effort is to try to think how we can try to model different kinds of failure events that I just described to you or introduced to you, and build a comprehensive framework that will assess the impact of these failure events in a proactive manner before even they happen, and how can we plan for our infrastructure to be able to be prepared for these failure events. And once these failure events are realized, which they will, what we do need to account for is how to respond them in a manner which is accounting for the amount of information that we have so that we can rapidly do the prediction and the diagnostics of these events, and can also, I'm sorry, I should be here, and also proactively control, right, the behavior of these entities, the human decision makers, as well as the physical infrastructure. Okay, so this has actually led to some research themes, which I'm going to describe in the time available to us. So in the interest of time, let me proceed. So I already suggested that it's important to control for capacity perturbations, both which is weather events, incidents, and increasingly so the mixed autonomous traffic that we are facing in our highways. So just briefly, what we have shown in our research in the past is that capacity of our infrastructure is not deterministic, it's stochastic. And we do need to account for how this stochastic capacity should be allocated to our vehicle categories. And we have shown that if we try to use control and optimization tools, we can account for the nature of this stochastic capacity and try to feedback, using feedback control, try to adjust the rate at which the vehicles are led into the highway, or adjust the spacing between the platoons of vehicles in order to improve the reliability and throughput of our highways. So that's just one example. At the link level, how can we use capacity as a resource and use control theory in order to respond to these kind of perturbations? The second example I want to give you is from the network level. And this is an example where we can actually imagine that the information about incidents and capacity is being shown to you in apps. Now, you have access to various kinds of apps, and these apps may have different information about the incidents, different accuracy of information about the accidents and the capacity. So one message I want to give you is that when you look at the apps and make your traffic decisions, you actually use that information, and it's crucial to think whether that information is valuable to you or not valuable to you, okay? And the surprising message I want to deliver is that in many cases, actually more accurate information may not be that valuable to you, okay? Let me give you an example here, which is just say 2 routes, okay? You are going from city center to another place, and there are 2 routes, and you have, let's say, access to 2 apps, right? Say Google Map or Apple Map. And let's say they have different accuracies. So what will you do in order to go from point A to point B? My claim here is that if you have more information, let's say suppose you have more information, and let's say that a small number of you have more information, then you are going to try to sort of use the route which has no incident, okay? Just because you have more information. But as more and more of you have that accurate information, all of you will actually use that kind of routing capability, and you might actually become more congested on that route. So then it becomes important for you to actually split and go half on this route and half on another route. On the other hand, those people who are less informed, right, they might be benefiting in the case where a lot of you have very good information, because they can actually hedge against a lot of information and avoid what we call as congestion externalities. So this is an example where you can have situations where having value of more information can trade off with the congestion that that information can create. And in effect, there can be situations where there will be negative value of information. Okay. So this is another example where trying to actually account for the effect of information on not just the highway, but also on the strategic decision makers, which are users, is going to be important. And this leads to this abstraction that I like to give about infrastructure. So infrastructure, since it's you are all interested in infrastructure, from our viewpoint, coming from our department, infrastructure is not just physical infrastructure. Infrastructure is 4 components, and this is the main message here. Physical infrastructure, the IT infrastructure, which is control, information, and data analytics. The human decision makers, which are both users of infrastructure and the operators of infrastructure. And fourth, which is the algorithms which tie everything together. All these 4 components, we claim, should account for new definition of infrastructure. And once we account for this, we can try to think about how we can talk about network capacity, which is stochastic, as I mentioned, demand fluctuations, and how can we use information, incentives, and control to account for these uncertainties that our infrastructure is increasingly facing, while enabling the behavior of users who are strategic decision makers and will respond to information that is provided to them. In this regard, it's important to understand how sudden and prolonged disruptions to physical infrastructure, such as bridge failure or an infrastructure disruption in another transportation mode, is going to affect the long-term behavior of our transportation systems. And this is a famous example that I like to give, where there was a bridge failure in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, and it actually took a lot of time, in fact, few weeks or months, for the behavior of the users to reach equilibrium conditions. And this happened even after COVID. This is actually mobility trends in New York City after the COVID. And as the COVID disruption, the lockdowns became to ease, different transportation mode had different recovery rates. Why? And what is affecting these different recovery rates? How can we understand this? And how can we understand and combine this with the new tolling mechanism, for example, which the New York City has just started in the last week? So in order to understand this, it's important to understand the role of a centralized platform giving information about the network state to the user, and how that platform is going to know how to aggregate information about that disruption. So suppose there is a disruption related to COVID lockdowns or a bridge failure or some other failure. What's going to happen is that it's going to create this kind of a disruption, which will affect the way in which the platform or the information provider is going to sort of inform the users of the infrastructure. And this is going to have a repeated interaction where the users of the infrastructure on a day-to-day are going to use that infrastructure, generate additional data. That additional data is going to be used by the platform the next day, and the loop continues. So it's a feedback loop, and you can see this already in the congestion app, which the New York City has deployed in order to test their congestion pricing. It's just been 1 week, and there's already some kind of dynamic which is going on between the app and the user's behavior. So what we have done is to understand from a foundational viewpoint, this kind of a feedback behavior between information service providers and strategic users. And what we have shown in our results, just a high-level message, is that it is possible for the users to converge to a state which is not optimal, in the sense that it might be the situation that some routes or some options are never fully explored, although they might be optimal for the users. Just because the users do not go to those routes or do not choose those options, we do not know how to actually assess the value of those options. And this actually leads to incomplete learning. So that's one application of this kind of framework. The other application of this framework is to design tolling. So yesterday, Ali and I and our colleague were in Ferrovial, and they are operating a lot of toll roads, right? And again, these roads, the capacity of these roads is stochastic, as I argued before. So why should the tolling be static? Okay, why shouldn't the tolling be adaptive to the behavior of the users, right? So what we have used in our research is to show that we can actually adjust these tolls in a manner which is adaptive based on the user's behavior and based on the state of the infrastructure, which is random in nature. What we have shown is that by doing adaptive tolling, we can try to move the state of the system from what we call as a selfish behavior, right, to a societally optimal, where the welfare of all users is improved. Okay? So that is another use of this kind of framework. And increasingly so, what we are doing, and this is actually also overlaps with some of the research which Professor Jadbaba is doing, is to try to use information as a control opportunity. How can we strategically provide information as a platform or as an infrastructure agency to our users so that it actually achieves societally optimal goals? And what we have done is some work in this context to try to show that information can be used as a control mechanism to achieve societally optimal goals. In just a few minutes, I'm going to argue that the same kind of arguments looking at infrastructure, not just as physical infrastructure, but cyber infrastructure, algorithms, and users and platforms together. That's the definition of infrastructure. This kind of viewpoint is also important to decarbonize our freight operations. And here we have argued that not only we can reduce the deadhead or the empty miles using this viewpoint, but we can also accelerate the adoption of new technologies such as electric trucks, and incentivize the carriers of the logistics and also the users of these technology in order to contribute to efficiency gains. And again, the key insight here is that platform-enabled operations can leverage strategic complementarities that exist in electrification and data-driven logistics capabilities. So I will not go through the details of everything, but the key message here is that if we use this kind of viewpoint that I argued in this talk, we can try to better utilize electrification opportunities. We can use data-driven logistics in order to match the loads with carriers more efficiently. And we can also gain in terms of decarbonization while maintaining the efficiency of logistics systems. So we have some recent work in this area, which I will not go through in the interest of time. So the main message of this talk is that we should try to view the platform or the operators of infrastructure, which has perhaps digital twin capabilities, the physical infrastructure, which is used by the strategic users, in a manner that is integrated, which actually accounts for the feedback loop in terms of the data coming to the platform and the platform providing recommendations, services, information to these users in order to achieve the goals of the users, in this case, the carriers, which are the truck operators, as well as the goals of the platform, which might be different from the goals of the carriers and the users of the infrastructure. All right. So this is a challenge for digital twins. Can you actually have a digital twin capability which accounts for the behavior of individual components of infrastructure and how it is used both in nominal conditions and under disruptions. And can you actually take up to a network level where the performance of the whole network is actually modeled under a variety of conditions. And a range of disturbance models are used in order to instantiate and utilize these digital twin capabilities in order to provide operational guarantees and assurances to the users of the infrastructure about not just the efficiency, but the reliability and the resiliency against disruptions as well. Okay, so I'm going to accelerate a little bit and try to conclude that cyber-enabled resiliency is important to think about as you talk about the opportunities that this event holds. And it's important to use proactive control, monitoring, and intelligent algorithms in order to reduce these risks and improve cyber-enabled resilience. And what I also think is that there is a huge opportunity for not just machine learning and AI, but control and optimization, as well as accounting for the strategic behavior of users and operators of infrastructure to try to advance this digital twin capabilities. And the success, not just in terms of efficiency and sustainability goals, should also account for how the insights from this digital twin capabilities are directly useful in reducing the impact of disruptions, and how can we use tailored solutions or generate specific solutions to improve resiliency in the specific sectors that we talked about. Okay, with that, I close my talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this inspiring lecture and for gifting us with this new definition of infrastructure that we will use it because it's open our minds, and also for emphasizing that it is not just AI, but also game theory analysis and control and optimization. This is really good. So it was really inspired. It was not foreseen, but if there is any question to our speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much. And we can, let's look. Maybe. Why logistics? Well, focus is infrastructures and cities, but especially after this nice talk, we are aware of the connection between infrastructure, cities, and logistics. Logistics has to adapt to the complexity of the cities. Logistics relies on infrastructures, but the connection is also the other way around, because the drivers of new technologies in logistics probably will change the infrastructures. They will be more smart and resilient. And also it changed even the urban planet, because logistics is changing the behavior of the citizens, and this may end with a different urban planning. So thank you very much. Now we have gathered a group of experts continuing this keynote lecture around the specific cases of application on digital twinning industry. So now we have two talks about two companies showcasing how digital twins can enable logistics in two very different worlds. The first one will be introduced by Professor Alberto Camarero, who is professor at this School of Logistics and Port Management. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry for the delay. We're going to begin with one of the more important logistics. And I am Alberto Camarero, professor of the port management and logistics in this school. And I'm going to introduce our next speaker is Joan Carbo Martinez. Joan is asset digitalization engineer at Container Terminal Port Valencia with APM. APM is Apmoller Terminal. It's a global leader in container terminals and is operating in more than 60 ports worldwide, connecting maritime and landside services to ensure safe and efficiency logistics supply chains. John is a proactive and solution-oriented professional with a strong foundation in engineering and project management. And in his presentation, he will, I think we will discuss later how digitalization and digital twins are transformation, operational management and maintenance in the port and logistic operation. Thank you very much, John, for coming, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Alberto, for the introduction. My name is Joan Carbo. As Alberto said, I am a digitization project engineer. And into other things, one of my main tasks in the terminal is ensure the good functionalities of our digital twin. The digital twin we use to enhance our operations and our daily task with asset maintenance. So, okay, I'll be talking about our journey with digital twins in port operations and how these innovations help us to improve our efficiency, as I said before. So let's take a look in what we will cover in the next 30 minutes, okay? First, who we are, then what we do as a terminal operator, the project background of our digital twin, our digital journey during the development of the project of digital twin, and to finalize the presentation, we will see a little bit of our real digital twin in operations and use case and benefits with the conclusions and highlights of this project. Okay, so first let's start with the corporative stuff. Who we are. We are one of largest terminal operators in the world, and our ambition in APM terminals is to be the world's best terminal company. We have a unique position, leader container in industry, and we serve our customers around the world, contributing to the development of local communities. As Alberto said in the introduction, we are in more than 60 key locations across all the worlds. We have offices and two types of terminal. We have hub terminals, what is a kind of container warehouse where we discharge the vessel and then we charge the container in other vessels. Okay. And then we have gateways where we have more import and export. So we lift the containers to the trucks, and then the trucks go to the warehouse in Madrid, for example, and then come back to the port. In Spain, we have Spanish gateways. The group I belong is formed by Gijón, Barcelona, and Valencia, and then we have Merca Algeciras, is a hub terminal. The third first one I said are gateways. Then what we do, as you can imagine, we lift, store, and connect for our customers to compete in the world markets and then grow their business also. And those are the clients we work for. Okay, let's start with container terminal operations, okay? We serve shipping lines and landside customers, integrating land and sea operations, okay? In one hand, we have the vessel works with the STS cranes, okay? And then we have yard operations also for the trucks of the street or for do internal movements of containers. Okay, how we help our customers to stay ahead of the curve? Lifting the standard of digital connectivity, lifting marine services, storing with our yard services, and connecting the professionals and the business with our gate business. And to complete with success these three purposes, is very important to stay all connected and standardize all this data. Lifting the standard of digital connectivity with real-time data for better forecasting and planning. Okay, let's start with the project background. First of all, safety is paramount in all our operations, okay? We are continuously developing new tools and services in order to work safer. As a lean company, okay, we embrace lean culture as backbone for all our operations, and also for develop our digital twin, who is aligned with the commitment of our lean culture. So let's start with the first technical slide. First of all, the key fundamentals for a standard digital twin, because we have multiple terminals as you have seen in all the world. So the challenge of a global team to develop a standard tool that fits for all the terminals is very challenging, because each terminal has their own dockers or unions, estibadores, and they work in each terminal in one way, and also they allow you or not to do things in your own business. So first of all, you need to provide a global data standard. We work with multiple vendors of machines and sorry. We need to ensure consistency and integration along all the terminals, as I said, and we have multiple vendors, so we need to standardize the way we receive all this data in order to process it. The second key fundamental is to develop an agnostic platform and architecture to be ready when we arrive to the terminal to implement the digital twin. Third of these key fundamentals is give the terminals the products we need, because each terminal has their particularities, and at the end of this process, we need the product to add value to daily operations of the terminals. the dashboard and the map is very fancy and it looks great, but at the end, we need to add value to the business. And then, sorry, in the point number 4, we have create an environment for co-development. When we arrive to the terminal, we see multiple tools, digital tools that are already implemented, and we need to integrate these tools in our digital twin because we want to centralize everything as much as we can in one tool. And then the 5, and the more important, is business drive, because we need to have a return of this inversion and make more profit for the business. And this point talks about the tool has to be oriented to be efficient and make more money, but always safety first. Then our digital journey, okay. Of course, achieving this objective has not been without these challenges. Data standardization, this step is essential for ensuring the accuracy of the digital twin and the quick integration with the terminal. Integration from local to global. While each terminal has specific needs, integrating these local requirements into a global system remains flexible and scalable is another complex challenge. And the development of new products. What happens when we arrive to the terminals that they see the tool and they see, oh, we can do a new feature with this new application, and we need to develop new products to fit their necessities. Okay, let's leave the corporate talk behind and let's see the cool stuff. That's why we are here. This is our digital twin, okay. This is where theory meets practice. And this is a piece of what makes this journey truly exciting. These are real world applications of our digital twin, and we are thrilled to share the piece that we are allowed to show in public. Okay, this is a three-dimensional model, okay, real in time. Of course, this is a record. We have internal tracks for yard movements, for containers. Also, we have RTGs, what is another type of crane who operates inside the terminal. And with this tool, you are only seeing the visual part because we are not allowed to show much more information. But these are the eyes of the terminal. Imagine to manage more than 100 machines like this, a big fleet in one room. So this gives you a full sight of the terminal real in time. Also have additional features for operations department and asset maintenance department to check real in time the KPIs. So let's continue with and conclude with the benefits, the main benefits of this tool for us as a terminal. First of all, safety improvements. This is a simple example of one safety improvement. We can, for example, close a road if we are doing civil works or whatever. We can close this area so dispatchers from the office can check and speak through the radio with the dockers and say them don't pass here or whatever. Then the second one, visualization real in time. As I was saying, this tool is the eyes of terminal, and it is very critical because when we have any disrupt with the application, operations can be really affected because you can't take decisions as you do with the tool. Then operations and asset maintenance KPIs in real in time. We have different monitoring systems inside the application with triggers and alarms. Then another benefits, we have achieved reduced machine running hours. So we are getting more efficient, and it's better for the environment because we have the machine, the engine switch off more time. And asset maintenance and operations man hours per year reduction. We have automate tasks related with those departments, and those features allow us to reduce the man hours per year. And those are all our benefits with this tool. And this, if you have any questions, this is the end of the presentation. Thank you everyone for your time, and thank you Felix from TYPSA to invite me and APM Terminals to present our digital team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any question? Yeah.
Thank you very much, John, from the presentation. One question about the functionality of the tool, of the platform. Do you use it other than for controlling the situation, the real-time situation of the terminal, also for taking decisions on where you're going to position each container, what shall be the optimal movement of the tracks, etc.? And do you have somehow implemented like an optimization model within the digital twin?
Yes. No, if it's working or not. Hola, hola. Ahora. No, it's working. Thank you. Yeah, I showed you only the more visual part of the tool. We have another tools from other providers to enhance the movements inside the terminal, but we have many monitors along all the terminal displaying this dashboard real in time, and we are always checking it in operations department and also in asset maintenance. Operations use it a lot to check, for example, the position of the machines, because the terminal is very big and you need to know where is each machine. Many applications more that we use in our day-to-day work. And that's all.
Thank you.
You have mentioned that you are using data standards for the initial stage. Are they open public standards or are internal standards of the company?
First of all, we have our internal standard to manage proprietary data from the vendors. And then we have some data that we generate that follows our own standard. But we need to integrate many times change, and we need to integrate as it is, and it's better for everyone. But we have our main standard that includes the vendors' data, and our own data? It's a very good question because it looks like something trivial, but we have many problems with the standardization of data of the multiple vendors because everyone want their piece of cake, and now the data are very everyone want the data, and you have to pay for it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, you have the intention, okay, relative to the space around the ports and the harbors. Do you have the intention to publish information about the movement of the trucks and the mercancies relative? This is quite important. Okay, I belong for the City Council of Madrid. It's quite important how to integrate your activity inside a city. Do you have the intention to publish or to share this information for the space around?
Everyone, Port Authority want us to share all data all the time, but not always is possible, okay, because it suppose an extra work for us, and many times we don't have the resource we need to address these petitions of Port Authority. For example, I can tell you a real use case with the Port Authority of Valencia. They need our crane location along the dock because they have really strong procedures about parking the big vessels, and they need to know where is our crane and if the boom is down or up, because many years ago, like 5 or 6 years ago, we have an accident in the port of Valencia where one vessel like enter inside the dock and it fell down a crane. One STS crane can cost like $15 million, and also is very dangerous because it's a very amount of metal falling off. So they ask for our position of the cranes, and we use our digital twin to share this data to their digital twin, and they provide us from other data we are interested in, and it's like a deal.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move to the next talk. When dreaming the future, sometimes we think on a drone that is bringing us a bouquet of flowers or a polite waiter that offers a good wine. But we also want the robots and the algorithms to do the hard work, to lift heavy loads or to crash stones. So the next talk is about application of digital twins in mining. It's coming from Civil Nova, which is a company that is developing software for civil engineering and mining. The speaker is David Arango. He is the head of the support department, and he will talk about a case study of application of digital twin in an open pit mine. Thank you.
Today we will be diving into our platform, Civil Nova, our platform Minecraft, sorry. Through this session, we will be talking about Civil Nova, our company, Rio Tinto project profile and location, the clients involved in the project evolution, platform characteristics and technologies, platform modules and solutions based on them, ongoing and future developments, and finally, we got a video of the platform in operation. As he said, we are Civil Nova Solutions, a software company from Asturias, founded in 2013. We are focused on providing solutions for engineering, mining, and civil works. Over the years, we have developed solutions for infrastructure construction, conservation and maintenance, monitoring, explosive and fleet management, and logistics in general. The project is located in Rio Tinto mine, which is owned by Atalaya Mining, which restarted the mineral production in 2014. The mine is located in southern Spain in the province of Huelva, and is considered the largest open pit mine in Europe. In 2023, they produced nearly 52,000 tons of copper, in addition to other minerals. The clients involved in the project, the clients involved in the project are Insersa, which is an important mining company from Spain with more than 40 years of experience in the main mines of Spain. Sánchez y Lago, which is an important earthworks company from Spain also, with 50 years of experience in mining and construction. Atalaya Mining, which are the owner of the mine. And finally, Geolem, which is a Spanish engineering company with more than 25 years of experience in geotechnics. Insersa carry all the drilling and blasting operations carried in the mine, and they manage the traceability of the explosive with our solution, CK Blast, since 2015. CK Blast is integrated into Civil Nova ecosystem, which includes MineTrack and allows Insersa and any other entity involved in the project the access and management of the information. Since using CK Blast, Insersa manage over 2,400 tons of explosive every month. Sánchez y Lago is responsible for the earth-moving operations at the mine, and they use for this task more than 120 units of heavy machinery. They have been managing the entire fleet with our solutions for over 3 years. MineTrack registers more than 130,000 kilometers of machinery movements within the mine, and over 360 tons of material moved in Rio Tinto each month. Atalaya Mining, the owner of the mine, start managing the inspection of the drainage system of the mining sludge ponds over 2 years ago. For this, they use our generic solution, CWS, which can be integrated with MineTrack. Up to date, more than 35,000 inspections have been conducted using the platform. Geolem manage different real-time monitoring devices through the mining, operating in Rio Tinto. To do this, they also use our generic solution, CWS, can be integrated with MineTrack. Thousands of readings or real-time readings to monitoring the status of the mine ponds are managed with this platform. Here we got the evolution of the platform since the beginning of the project. In 2014, Atalaya Mining opens Rio Tinto mine. 2015, Insersa starts to use CK Blast to manage the traceability of the explosives in accordance to the European and Spanish regulation. In 2020, Sánchez y Lago begins the implementation of MineTrack as a fleet management. 2021, Atalaya Mining also start to use MineTrack as a fleet management. And in this year, the 3D model of the mine is introduced for asset management. 2022, Atalaya Mining integrates the management of mining ponds inspections into the platform using CWS. And in 2023, Geolem begin asset and monitoring using CWS. And in this year, in 2025, Insersa plans to integrate all drilling operations and fleet management using MineTrack. About the platform, we need to detail into the platform and the characteristics. The word best defines the platform is flexible. It can adapt to each client and all the requirements that they have. The platform is based cloud, so it's accessible for any device with internet connection. And all the technologies used on the platform are open source. And in addition to this, we can say that the entire platform has been developed by Civil Nova without reliance on third parties, companies, or softwares. This means that we can make any change or implement any feature, any new feature that we want without being affected by any other company. The platform has a series of base modules that, when combined with the specific requirements for the clients, forms the final solutions. All the solutions used for our clients, MineTrack, CWS, or CK Blast, are based in these models. As we said, all the technologies used on the platform development are open source. Here we got a list of the main technologies that we use for the development of the platform. The platform is created by combining different modules. These modules are users and profiles, GIS module, 3D BIM module, asset management, document management, monitoring alarms, and report modules. All these modules combined together create the three different solutions, MindTrack, CK Blast, and CB World Web Service, and all together the platform involved in the project. Talking about more in detail about the modules, we got a user module that allowed for the users and profile management, being possible to create different type of access based on the tools or information that need to be accessed. For example, if we are working in earth movement, the pump inspections are not relevant for us, so this information will not be accessible. The next module is GIS module that has all the basic functionalities of the standard GIS tool, adapted in this case to the requirements of this project. For example, we can access in real time to the information related to each shift and the machinery information. The 3D BIM module allows the management of BIM models in AFC format, large point clouds in streaming, and 360 photographs in the projects. In this case, it manages the main point cloud. This point cloud is important to say that it's stored in the cloud, so it's accessible from any kind of device. You don't need to have the point cloud in your laptop, and it's updated in weekly basis by Atalaya Mining using drone flights. The assets module manages the system that allows for a quick setup of records with the necessary information. In this case, applies to all the elements in the mine, such as machinery, personnel, instrumentation devices, or the pumping stations. The monitoring module allows for the integration of classic monitoring and IoT, as well as manage the alarms and the generation of related graphs and reports. The document manager allows for handling the files associated with any project entity and the traceability over the time. With this model, we can have a file associated to the whole project, but we also can have this file associated to a single element in the project. For example, a file associated with a single machine. The last module that we have is the reports module that allows for the generation of all types of graphs and reports in different formats, as well as interoperability with platforms such as Power BI. The first solution that we have is CK Blast, which is a solution designed for the management of explosive life cycle from the origin to the end, in accordance with the European and Spanish regulation. With CK Blast, we can manage explosives, blast, magazines. We can georeference information such as blast perimeter. We can have the document management, data analysis, and the generation of official reports. CWS is used for manage the monitoring devices and the inspections of the pumping stations of the mining ponds. Regarding the monitoring devices, CWS is used for the monitoring device inventory, georeferencing of the monitoring devices in clinometers, and piezometers, readings and management and generation of associated alarms. For example, if we got a trigger value and a reading is this trigger value, an alarm will be raised. These alarms could be displayed on the visually on the GIS screen, or also being sent by email, SMS, or any other messaging platform. With this, we can do also the data analysis and the generation of official reports and the document management. Regarding the inspections of the ponds, CWS is used for referencing several items, such as pumping zones, drainage, detailing ponds. We also reference the inspectors and the pickup positions and the flow meters, wells, manholes. Also, we can generate alarms related with the inspections, such as you have to do an inspection every month CWS will send you a reminder that you have to do a inspection of determinate element. We have the facilities inventory. And also, as previously, we got the data analysis, the generation of morning reports, and the document management. The last solution that we got is MindTrack. This solution is in the solution where the mind model revolves, as we will see at the end of the presentation in the video. The solution allows us to do sort of things such as fleet management, real-time dashboard with the operation and status of every machine, alarm derived from machinery operations, control of the work shifts, work order, heavy equipment management, staff management. Also, we can manage the subcontractors in the zone, in the area. We have here also the work safety management, where we can define, for example, restricted areas where a machine cannot enter. So an alarm again will be raised and inform the operator that he's entering in a restricted area. Internal communications. We got also the production of the mine management and data analysis and document management. An important feature of this platform is interoperability. This is the ability of the receive and share the data with other platforms. Currently, MindTrack receives or sends the data from DSL Plus, Power BI, Workday, Caterpillar API, Komatsu Contract, and Hitachi API. All the solutions that we've been here, we have seen here, they have the mobile application for the data collection. CK Blast use Zebra and Honeywell devices for reading QR and data matrix codes that identify each explosive item. We are Zebra partners, and for CWS, use tablets and then inspectors, where the inspectors collect all the data from the inspections on site. And MindTrack use ruggedized tablets for data collection, then they are mounted in the machine cab, where the operator can introduce all the data necessary. Civilnova is also partner of Transmount Iberica. Talking about the ongoing and future expansions, we got the integration into the digital twin, the geotechnical information from our platform GeoLab, the integration of the drilling jobs and drilling rigs, the expansion of the monitoring devices, development of models where you can see how the tracks are affected by the heavy machinery traveling, and the integration of BA models of service and facility buildings. And here we will see a video of our platform in operation. It's a short video. If you want to see more in detail, don't doubt in contact us. Here we got a CK Blast. Once we are logging, we have access to all the explosive orders. Here we got an explosive order with all the explosive items. We can access also to each blast, where we have all the explosive items associated to the blast. This is CWS with the pumping inspections. We can access to each determined element, such as a water pump, and all the information related to each element. We can access to all the inspections carried out. Here we got an inspection. And here we will see another inspection. This is CWS in the monitoring, where we can see all the monitoring devices. We can access to each monitoring and see in real time all the readings and with the graphs and all the stuff that are needed. We can see all the historic readings and generate all kind of reports. Here we got another monitoring device where you can see all the variations of the readings along the time. This is quite important because you can see how the things are changing and affecting. This is another kind of graph that you can generate. And finally, we got a mine track where we can see in real time all the heavy machinery doing their works. We can access to each machine and all the information in real time. We also have this dashboard where you can see all the machine that is working at the moment, where you can have in real time again all the information. And finally, this is our digital twin of the Rio Tinto mine with all the information combined together. We got the drainage inspections and installations, all the monitoring devices, and the heavy machinery doing the Earth's movement. This is in real time and it's updating, as I said, in real time. We can access again to each element and all the, here we got, for example, a monitoring device where you can access to all the readings in real time. Now we will see again. Yeah. As I said, this point cloud is stored in the cloud and is accessible for any kind of device that has internet connection. All that you need is internet connection. Here we got the heavy machinery. We can see on top of the machinery the tabs where all the information related to the machine is displayed, such as machinery name, operator, or the material that is carried is machine at this moment. We also can see the areas that, for example, the restricted areas that have been defined in the mine. All this information is, again, is changing in real time. So from one point, you have a whole view of the mine and all the things that you have at this time in the mine. By clicking on each machine, you also can access to the information. And thank you for your attention. This has been our presentation, and special thanks to all the organizers of this event.
Thank you very much. It's impressive. Wait a moment. Maybe there is. If you accept, maybe there is time for a few questions. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the talk. I think this is an impressive platform, and I got many questions, but I will now only two. First of all, I would like to know where did you buy the machinery with the sensors on it? I mean, this heavy equipment. You can ask Caterpillar, for instance, to put some sensors on them, or do you have to do it by your?
At the moment, the data is collected by a tablet attached to the machine where the operator introduces all the data. We've been trying to connect to API from the machine, but at the moment it's quite difficult. So all the information is introduced by the operator. There are some information that you can have from the API, but not in real time. You have to wait a day and collect the data from the day before, but not in real time.
Okay. And my second question is that I guess that where the mine is, there is nowhere good connectivity with the 5G network or whatever. So did you have to make your own network?
You don't have, well, they have, on this case, they have a good connection. In the case that you don't have, you don't lose any data because all the devices collect all the data. And once that you have a good connection, all the data will be loaded in the platform. The only thing is that obviously you will not be able to see on real time the machinery, but all the data will be collected and you will not lose any kind of data.
And what about cybersecurity? Because do you have to be careful with that as you are doing all things on real time? I guess that might be a problem if there is some, I don't know, some viruses or something like that.
Well, we try, yeah, security is one of the main things that we've been working because as we said, we develop everything. So we are responsible for everything. So yeah, security is one of the things we will try to take care. Yeah,
okay, obviously. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. The GPS is real in time.
They are,
GPS,
what do you mean?
GPS position of the
Yes, they are
machines.
real time. Yes, as long as the device, or in this case, they have a good connection, so they have a 5G connection all the time. The machine is moving in real time.
And the solution you use for get the data in your platform is an in-house solution
Yes.
of your company.
Yes, it's a mobile app that we develop, and the operator introduce all the data, and in real time is collecting the data and sending.
But for the GPS, for example, is not being input manually by the operator.
No, the GPS is a phone GPS. So it has the occurrence that has a GPS phone, which is more than enough for this kind of things. The occurrence of the GPS is 1 meter, which is more than enough. It's the same GPS that use Google Maps on your phone.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So it's collecting in real time the position and send it to the platform. Yes. At the end is your phone with the GPS on, your location on Google Maps, the same.
Just a question about the information requested by authorities. Okay, do you have any open window for authorities to be like a continuous reporting of the mine, or it is the classical way that you are presenting every year the plan de labores?
Well, at the end, we are not responsible of the information, of the use of the information. We just develop the platform. So I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what the client do with the data, if they have to send it to the authorities or not. The access to the platform is not for everyone, obviously. It's just for the clients authorized.
Okay, so there is no window open.
No, there is no window.
Weather information or something like that, because this.
We do that in the monitoring. In the monitoring, we integrate the weather readings that can be treated and allows you to generate possible alarms. This is in another. It's not in this project, but in other projects we do that. We consider the weather and integrate with the readings. This is more in slopes monitoring, where could be affected by the weather, by the rain or this kind of stuff. Yes. Yeah.
How far do you think that we are or you are from combining this information with physics-driven technical modeling, like finite element method or something like that? Because in the case of tailing dams, I'm thinking on, for example, the Brumadinho failure in Brazil in 2019, because you build these tailing dams and you take decision at the time of the construction, and the real-time monitoring is really important, but we lack the capacity to perform real-time numerical modeling. So I don't know if in these cases it will be possible someday to evaluate the stability, slope stability analysis or dam analysis by integrating this access management with a finite element method code. Or
as I said, here we've seen the earth movement and the monitoring. The monitoring is the smallest part probably on this project. There are other projects that are 100% fully focused on monitoring the slopes and this kind of things that are already done. Then where you have on real time the readings, and you can see, as I say, with the weather predictions, if it's likely to be happen some event and collapse a slope on this kind, or then you have to do inspections. All these kind of things that are done in other projects.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have 20, 25 minutes for a talk today. We are resuming the event at 12.
A ver si se...
¿Vais a preferir moveros por las salas, retiramos las sillas o preferís estar en el...
Yo casi prefiero estar aquí, para estar,
Esta supongo, ¿no?
sí, como es pesa solo 700 megas.
Yo creo que bien. Es que el otro día tuvimos que cargar una de 5 gigas.
No,
Pues obviamente no nos funciona la
es que
presentación.
lleva muchos vídeos pegados y no los han comprimido.
Esta, ¿no?
Sí.
Vale, acá.
that kind of infrastructure that we have the presentation today. So it's my real pleasure about these things and about other things. We have two excellent speakers. They are alumni of this school. We are very proud, and they are working at MT, it's Empresa Municipal de Transportes, who is the company leading the public buses in the municipality of Madrid. First of all, Carlos Hacha, he's a Master of Science in Civil Engineering and also Master in Business Administration. He has been working for like 25 years or almost 25 years in ALSA, which is the largest buses and coaches services company in Spain, operating in several countries. And now is the Director for Innovation at Empresa Municipal de Transportes. And Gonzalo Fernández Sánchez, he is also Master of Science in Civil Engineering, Master in Business Administration. He's anthropologist, right? And PhD in Civil Engineering. He is the Director for Infrastructures at MT, and he has been professor at several universities, and now he's a adjunct lecturer at this university. So welcome to your home, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nacho, and thank you to our alma mater, to the Civil Engineering School, and also to TYPSA for this interesting session. We are going to share with you our great challenge related with sustainable transport and mobility in the city of Madrid. We are going to share this presentation somehow. And I'm sure that infrastructure, sustainability, and technology are essential for this transformation in the city of Madrid. For those that don't know a lot about EMT, I mean, those connected online or from all around the world, EMT is the main operator of transport and mobility in Madrid. We have more than 2,000 buses. Last year, we have finished with 476 million passengers, but we are also operating other modes. For example, the public bicycle system with near 10 million passengers last year and more than 7,000 of e-bikes. And we are also operating more than 30 parkings. This is important. We are changing and transforming all these parkings into mobility hubs. We will discuss about this later. We are operating the cranes, the cable car, and also international consulting and advertising. That these two business lines are supporting our main mobility and operation systems. Well, we are totally aligned with Sustainable Development Goals, European Green Deal, and the Madrid Sustainability Strategy about decarbonization. Here are some great targets in our city and in our company. For example, 3 years ago, we have reached our diesel-free fleet, being the first major European city in having 100% of clean bus fleet. Our next target is in 8 years. We want to reach the 100% electrical buses in the city. Here's more or less the transition in our fleet. As you can see here, now in the last year, we have finished with near 433 buses, electrical buses, and 10, you see here in blue, 10 hydrogen buses, and the rest are natural gas. We want in 2027 to have 20 hydrogen buses, the 33% of our fleet being electrical fleet, and the rest in natural gas. Now we are clean fleet, but we are looking for zero emissions fleet. And to reach that targets and that great goals, we need a lot of infrastructures, that is what I'm in charge of, and a lot of technology, that is what this session is about, to reach sustainable infrastructure and to reach smart infrastructures. just some ideas, but these are our depots. We call them operation centers. Elipa and Las Tablas are the new electrical depots that we are designing and executing them using BIM, Building Information Modeling. The third one is the biggest electrical depot in Europe. More than 400 e-buses are actually operating in this depot. Near 100 chargers, plug-in chargers, and near 250 inverted pantograph chargers. This one, the fifth, is a depot where we are generating the hydrogen, a green hydrogen for these 10 buses. 1 month ago, we have inaugurated this with our mayor of our city. And solar panels, why this kind of infrastructure in here? Solar panels are very, very important for us for multiple reasons. But first, we can generate our own fuel, electricity. Second, we can manage the energy with the technology. We can generate, we can storage it, we can charge our buses and so on. And we can handle all of these thanks to the technology. As you can see here, this is our main infrastructure that we were presenting last year in Transforming Transportation Congress in United States. Is an infrastructure for charging buses with inverted pantographs up to 450. Sorry. I'm going to silent it. Just to see the BIM, the digital twin of the infrastructure, and the real video where we can see here the plug-in chargers, the inverted pantographs, where we can manage the charge. We can charge up to 450 kilowatts, or charging it in 50 kilowatts in 4 hours, in less than 1 hour. We can decide what to do with this infrastructure. Well, but we want to go forward in that. We are developing a smart charging to decide when to charge. We are having cost savings up to 20% of cost energy, of the energy costs. We are managing with different software the electricity of the infrastructure, okay, the documentation management related with the BIM model, but also for the execution, for maintenance and manufacturing of all the infrastructure. Well, and what is our biggest challenge now for us, for the operation of the buses? We have software for generating the electricity. We have software for controlling our infrastructure. We have software for operation and maintenance. We have software for all the documentation and all that stuff. And that's what I need to work with Carlos now, how I can integrate all of these for decision-making and so on. I will answer after this what are our greatest challenges. But this is in the part of business operation of buses and so on. But today we are more focused on mobility and logistics. And this is the other business part of our company that they are focused on parkings. As I said before, we are changing the parkings into mobility hubs. What is a mobility hub? I usually say that the mobility hub is a place where you cannot leave your car. It's not a parking anymore, but it's a place where things about mobility can happen. For example, e-charging. We have part for logistic hubs, for car and motor sharing, for battery swap. You can change your battery for your empty battery for a full battery. Washing your car or your motor, BC park, lockers, and so on. We have actually 3 mobility hubs in the city center, Canalejas, Recoletos, and Artilleros. And we are developing 6 new mobility hubs. Plaza Mayor, they are all in the city center. Plaza Mayor, Carlos will explain a little bit more, because Plaza Mayor, we are developing a logistic, specifically logistic mobility hub in there. This is in the main city center. And we are also developing in some parkings what we call UMesh, that is Urban Mobility and Energy Share Hub. This is a lot about technology. It's not about mobility, but also about energy for generating the electricity with solar panels, storing it, and using it in this kind of hubs. At the end, and I'm giving the floor to Carlos, we are doing a lot of things. We have a lot of softwares, and now it's crazy for me for managing all these kind of infrastructure. And I think I need him. I mean, we have infrastructure for facilities, lighting, fire, ventilation, air conditioning, everything. We have a SCADA for smart charging. But what I need, that's the point of this master and the help I need from Carlos is what to do with a predictive maintenance, with the analysis of big data, with the artificial intelligence, at the end to try to claim on data analytics and to decide what to do with the infrastructure. So I give you the floor, Carlos, for being more focused on mobility in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Gonzalo. First of all, thank you for being here. Thank you, Ignacio, for the presentation. I have to say that the intro that you did before is very relevant, because one of the things that is happening here is that one of the main effects of digital transformation that we are seeing is the convergence between OT and IT. This is a critical point for what we are doing. And we can say there are 8 digital forces that are changing our management capabilities and changing our business models. Especially in the case of infrastructures, are mainly IoT and data analytics, artificial intelligence, and digital twins, but are changing everything. We have obviously not many other technologies playing in the case of infrastructures. We can't think about infrastructure without knowing about cybersecurity. A few years ago, nobody was talking about cybersecurity. Nobody was talking about being permanently connected and in real time. And now we need 5G connections. We need all the technologies with this. And that means that the new infrastructure are not passive elements in the mobility market, but are active elements right now. That means that using disruptive technologies, but not so disrupting anymore. We know about the technologies now. In our industry, is becoming fundamental to develop all the processes that we are seeing. We are in an electrification process, not only the fleet, all the mobility sector is in an electrification process as a first step. And then we could move into sustainable models easily, understanding sustainable not just as environment, but efficiency, social, and why not safety. At the end of the day, everyone wants to reach home safe and alive. Moving from parking to the case for today is analyze mobility hubs. Moving from a parking lot to a mobility hub means not just acting over the infrastructure. What we want to do with this is affecting our business models, affecting the mobility of the people and the goods, both. And to activate this, or we consider mobility hubs are part of a, let's say, a virtuous circle that can be defined in that way. A mobility hub can be part of a mobility as a service or logistic as a service ecosystem. Becoming part of this ecosystem, the hubs will be part of the connected mobility. what we can say. And we don't have time to define and to speak about connected mobility for a long time. But it's clear that connected mobility is 100% associated to electric mobility due to the technology that the electric fleet is incorporating. And obviously, moving from conventional fleet into electric fleet will allow us to develop sustainable models. The main drivers to activate the virtuous circle are the drivers that you can see there. IoT in the case of mobility hubs to be part of the connected mobility. With connected mobility, we are talking about connected users. At the end of the day, we are looking for the users. Real-time management. Currently, we can't be in the street without being in real time, operating in real time. We don't have time to process not in real time. If we want to promote the public transportation, we need to be part of a sustainable model, and the circle will close by giving feedback to the process. If we activate this virtuous circle, we will have every day more knowledge. Every day we would develop the smart cities interaction, and we could go to the way of autonomous mobility and reach the objectives of the decarbonization of the city. This is a very, very big challenge for us. And in the case that we are discussing now, the circle is activated clearly with data analytics and IoT. Just 1 second to discuss about mobility as a service. I don't want to extend, but it's not just a mobile app. It's much more than that. It's an ecosystem. It's a multimodal ecosystem where all the elements have to be included and have to be in real time, operating and interacting with the connected users. That is, we are joining our world with the customer world easily and rapidly. We have to, this is a concept, is 10 years old in the mobility market. We are just starting, but I'm sure we will see a lot of new things in the coming years regarding mobility as a service. We have to see a lot of things. Just a quick reference to associate the mobility hubs into the mobility as a service mobile apps. If we want to talk about mobility hubs, we need to know the available spaces in real time. We have to manage reservations, manage the capacity, the payments, tariff integrations, and allow every day more and more park and ride models in order to combine public transport with private transportation. It's newer in the market, but the concept of logistic as a service can be more or less the same that we are doing in the mobility, in the people and person mobility. And we have a clear example in Madrid. Is the application DUM 360 it has been created by Madrid City Council, and connected hubs is totally necessary, totally mandatory to develop this concept. Thanks to real-time management, IoT for that for reservation, we can add new spaces for DUM, for urban distribution, and we can increase the availability hours of operation, deploying new micro hubs, and develop the concept in a sustainable world, not just for passengers but for goods too. This is being very, very important, and we are seeing a quick development in the Madrid city, and the benefits are very, very clear. Just a quick use case, an example is the project lead that we have the opportunity to collaborate. And the pilot was in Plaza Mayor parking that is one of the parkings that is going to be converted into a mobility hub in the near future. It's an example of these improvements, and the project lead we want to share it with you here because we had the opportunity to test the use of digital twins directly. And the project lead is low emission adaptive last mile logistic supporting on demand economy. It's a part of the research and development program Horizon 2020, and it includes several pilots in different cities called living labs. And in the case of Madrid, in EMT Madrid, we have the opportunity to collaborate with first level partners, and you can see here the partners. And Madrid case was or is transforming a parking lot into a urban consolidation center for goods. The context growing of on-demand logistics accelerated with the COVID and totally associated to the new effect of e-commerce, with big changes in the city, huge impact in planning and logistic planning, and very, very relevant, not good consequences for the city. The objectives of the project was to be able to design use cases, value use cases, develop the tools, the digital twins tools, and validating and testing the scalability. The key point of this project for us is the results of the project will be part of the new converting Plaza Mayor parking into a. I have to go even faster. The pilot started in 2021 and was recently finished. And basically is to create and use the digital twin for applicated in the real life, creating scenarios, assist a scenario, compared with the 2B, analyze them, and run a number of models into the digital twin. One of them, a rough cut planning model. You can see there the different actors in every model. Sorry, I'm not going to stop in every one of them because I don't have time. Vehicle emissions with a copper model, selecting the scenario in the lift platform that was created for this, and route optimization. At the end of the project, we were measuring the vehicle emissions and the vehicle noise. And this is clear for us. Is clear. The experience is absolutely useful for not starting from scratch in the coming Plaza Mayor action. And you can see the results during the pilot. The numbers are very, very relevant for us. And the other result is that using digital twins is clear, allowing us to move into the real from the testing or from the lab into the real life with much more reliability, and give feedback to the process, permanently incorporating continuous improvement thanks to real-time information and real-time data that is feeding the twin every day. And the big challenge is to scale. This not just from Plaza Mayor Mobility Hub but all the activities what we do every single day in order to reach the 100% mobility, connected mobility, and give our users and customer a really new experience in terms of mobility in the city. Just 1 minute to move from mobility hubs into another quick examples by using technology associated to the infrastructure to give a new response to the mobility market. One of them is the bus rapid transit, the BRT lane that we have. We are using ITS and we are using IT. We are using technology associated to the infrastructure to create a new lane. The big effect of this lane is practically duplicate the average commercial speed of the city. So this is a big example of how an infrastructure can change the mobility in a city. Dedicated lanes using making a good use of the technology that we have available. Another one is accessibility. Our stops are part of a big study of accessibility. We need to be accessible, and now we are working on implementing technology in the bus stops too. And another one is the recently started DRT system in the north of the city. This is an on-demand service that is covering a social effect without having to spend a lot of money creating new regular lanes. We could be discussing all these points for many time, but at this point, we think, thanks Gonzalo again, we think that it's enough to know what we are doing in this work, the big challenges that we have ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your presentation. I want to ask about the last slides and service, the on-demand service. How is it working? Is the passengers has to be like a number of people demanding this service in each bus stop? Of how does it work? If you could explain it a little bit more. Thank you.
It's working. Technically, it's working fine. First of all, yeah. But in terms of passengers, I think it's too early to tell you if it's working properly or not. We are expecting at least 4 or 5 months of the system working to have some results. Has been working. It started 18th of December, so it's just 1 month operating. It's not enough, but currently, I think we have very good news from the city council and from many neighborhoods that are happy with the system, and maybe in 4 or 5 months we could speak about this. Currently, the number of passengers is a little bit over the expected one, but is clearly is not relevant at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for this nice presentation. I will say something that is very personal, but to acknowledge that when you are transforming or thinking on a smart city like Madrid with such a complexity, I think that EMT is one of the Trojan horses for this implementation of innovations in the city. And the personal story is that I remember when I was a child, there was only one bus line for me that connected my neighborhood with Madrid, with the downtown. And since then, many technological innovations. At that moment, you just wait the bus, and then there was a traffic jam, and you can go to the downtown. Now you can know in real time when the bus is coming, and a lot of advancements. And the personal story is that the other day, I told with enthusiasm to my son, because he's called Bruno, that there is a bus that is called the Bus Rapid 1, that the people in that area call that the Bruno, because the Bruno is Bus Rapid 1, in Spanish, one is uno, Bruno. So I told my son, there is a bus that is called like you, and when the bus goes, all the lights open to make it go faster. So it's an example of how the situation has changed in thanks to your push to introduce innovations in the cities.
We will take into account.
Okay, I have two other more names too. Thank you. And now the next talk is about, okay, I have to announce that there is a cocktail after this presentation and after the roundtable. The cocktail will be very good because we have organized it very well, thanks to the team. But also because here, very close to Madrid, we have Merca Madrid, which is the largest wholesale market for fresh food. And it's a huge logistic platform. And the speaker is Gonzalo, sorry. Reguera. Gonzalo Reguera. He has been working at Merca Madrid for 15 years and is the director for innovation since the last 8 years. He has background in veterinary studies, but also several masters in business management and marketing and consumers behavior. So thank you very much, Gonzalo.
Thank you. So first of all, I wanted to thank you for inviting us to share our vision of how digital twins can help us to manage an infrastructure like Merca Madrid. So I will explain you what is Merca Madrid for them who doesn't know it. Then I will talk our strategy to go from physical to digital management model, some use cases in which we want to apply digital twin technology, we would like to do it. And I will end explaining the Mobilities for EU project in which we are collaborating with the City Hall of Madrid. So what is Merca Madrid? So for centuries, Madrid has enjoyed large and lively markets within the city. However, the extraordinary growth of Madrid during the 60s meant that the existing main wholesale markets were no longer able to operate within the city. It was due to lack of space, big volume of operations, impact on traffic and neighboring homes. So new modern wholesale markets were needed. The project was carried out by a joint venture between the Madrid City Council and the national company Merca. And on 13th of November of 1982, the Central Fish Market was inaugurated. 2 months later, the Fruits and Vegetables Market. And currently, Merca Madrid is the largest distribution, trading, transformation, and logistics hub for fresh products in Spain. Over 800 companies are located in Merca Madrid. Every year, they commercialize over 3.4 million tons of food products. Merca Madrid caters for different players in the fresh food industry, as distributors, restaurants, retailers, etc. And every day around 15,000 vehicles and 20,000 people come to Merca Madrid. I'm talking about employees of the companies who operate in Merca Madrid, buyers, traders, etc. And Merca Madrid has a catchment area of 12 million inhabitants and 500 kilometers distance. But many of the products are commercialized, go to local retailers. So in talking about these figures, for us it's essential to manage access, parking, mobility, security, cleaning and waste management, lighting, maintenance, energy and water supplies as efficiently as possible. And with this objective, we've been incorporating IT solutions in different areas of our management for several years to move towards a more digital Merca Madrid that allows us to carry out smarter management, which is at the end what we are talking about. And we have done it from starting with our employees who now use mobile devices to gather information, report, and solve different incidents in the aspects I've told you about, like cleaning, maintenance, mobility, security, safety risks, fire protection, etc. So with this, we achieve a more coordinated work because everybody in the market has access to this information in real time and can monitor it. Also, the benefit is that these people who are in the market, they save time because previously they had to re-enter this information in our databases, and now they do it like from the table and it goes straight to our platform. So with this platform, we can analyze this data and obtain relevant information that allows us to take, at the end, better decisions about the management of this infrastructure. Also with clients, they have access to a private area via web or mobile app. So we want to facilitate and speed up the various routine procedures they have to do with us. I'm talking about registering employees, vehicles, buying monthly access to Merca Madrid. In 2023, we launched a marketplace where our clients could open up to global customers. So those kind of customers that are not coming physically to buy their products in Merca Madrid. And to improve this, the management of this physical infrastructure, like recently we have completed a data collection using topographic surveys and point clouds. And then we modeled all that information generated, which was very necessary for us for having a real and complete database of all the general infrastructures in the urban environment. Because previous to that, some of that information were in, as I say, in the knowledge of some maintenance managers, and obviously those people were going to retire someday, and we didn't want to lose that information. The next step for us is like taking advantage of the fiber network and 5G connectivity that we have to integrate different IoT devices that collect the data that interests us, and along with the rest of the information and sources of information that we have, like BIM and different platforms, to have a single management platform, which would be like our digital twin, where we could exploit and correlate the data collected, enabling like process automatization, real-time monitoring, the simulations. So in summary, like obtaining information that adds value and helps us to carry out more efficient decisions for the management of this infrastructure. So what use cases do we want to implement in that digital twin that we want to develop? So as I have just told you about, due to the high volume of people and vehicles, access, mobility, and parking are some of our daily challenges. So we could monitor the occupation of parking spaces and implement guidance systems to the areas with free spaces. So we prevent like movements that are don't need for our clients or for the users. Also, we could monitor congested areas, flows of people, vehicles within Merca Madrid. This will allow us to be more efficient in a specific like cleaning needs, maintenance, predictive maintenance of areas in that areas with the highest traffic, as example. Also, with this technology, we could detect abnormal behavior, driving in, for example, driving in wrong direction, parking in privated areas, also trucks moving with open doors, which is a daily problem that we have, because then the woods could like fall down the track, etc. And also we could implement predictive traffic models before doing some road closures, change of directions, or if we have to do some work in some roads, it will help us. This is an example of how it could be like monitoring congested areas with this digital twin. Also, cleaning service and waste management is very important for us, as we are talking about wholesale markets. They are trading with food, so safety is one of the important things we have to care about. So, in this case, we could implement smart selective collection systems in which we could control the filling of the different waste containers that we have around the markets to optimize collection routes. Right now, it's just people who is doing like routes, and when they see it's filled, they change it. But with this kind of technology, we could add some intelligence to these collection routes. Also, we could monitor the routes and speed of the cleaning fleet. And we could implement a collection with autonomous vehicles. I will talk to you about this in the Mobilities for You project. This is an example of the platform we are using now just for checking the cleaning fleet route. Also, lighting, energy, and water management is important for us, as I mentioned before. So we could monitor and control irrigation of green areas based on the forecast of rainfall, temperature, and humidity. We could monitor the water consumption and prevent leaks. Right now we have more than 700 water meters, and it's the information, we get the information with one person who goes every 2 months and has the lecture of these devices. So we could monitor energy consumption and production, modifying the response to the energy needs of each moment. And we could adjust lighting based on activity, traffic, some violations, for example. This is an example of the platform we are using nowadays to manage the lighting. It allows us to put different lighting in different schedules, but it's not like it's not responding in real time to like high activity or low activity. So also, security and emergencies are very important for us. So with this kind of technology, we could implement early fire detection systems and security alerts. We could use drones and surveillance cameras to monitor and control risks, areas or incidents in real time. also for vehicle location and tracking systems in emergency situations to ensure their safety. And we could provide information for emergency teams before they come to Merca Madrid. If they have to access to a fire, they could know in advance what kind of installation or equipments are in that area. So this is an example because, for example, 2 years ago we have a fire in a pavilion. So now we would like to implement temperature control of the different facilities to prevent the fire to start. And now to the end of my presentation, I want to talk to you about Mobilities for EU project. This is an initiative selected and funded by the European Commission's Horizon program. It's a consortium led by the city of Madrid and the city of Dresden in Germany, alongside with 5 following cities. This project includes 29 European public and private entities that will develop 11 pilots with 26 mobility solutions to meet the needs of people and cities in achieving climate neutrality in 2030. This program will last 5 years. We have just started in 2024. The budget is almost 25 million euros, and for the Spanish consortium, it will be around 12 million euros to implement these pilots. So in Madrid specifically, 5 pilots will be implemented at Merca Madrid and the nearby municipal transport company operations center, which is pretty close to our facility. These pilots will focus on connected electric autonomous vehicles for the transportation of people and goods using 5G technology and operating within a smart urban space, which will be equipped with interoperable IoT devices, lighting, waste collecting containers, etc. Additionally, there will be a smart electrical grid powered by renewable energy sources. It will use digital twin and artificial intelligence technologies to manage that energy. Also in this program, there will be bidirectional electric chargers and green hydrogen charging stations will be also introduced, as my colleagues from MET said before. Furthermore, a data space will be created for the exchange of energy and mobility information among all the participants, enabling the provision of add value services that we want to define. So the first pilot will be about autonomous vehicles. And there will be, ALSA will implement an autonomous electric medium-sized bus. They have defined like a route in Merca Madrid. And this e-bus will operate in real traffic environment 12 hours a day. We were thinking about like implementing a service as a demand. So that's why I was very interested in what MET was doing about that. Precero is going to do a pilot about waste collection service with an autonomous vehicle. It will be around the fish market. They will install sensors to monitor the filling status of the different cages. With this system, they will provide a more effective waste collection service, reducing vehicle circulation on that area. They will move those containers to the recycling area, which is on the bottom part of that picture, in that pavilion. For those autonomous electric vehicles to work, we need 5G connection. And so Mass Orange is going to develop a 5G private mobile network in standalone, just for this pilot. Then there's another pilot, which is about energy. Ferrovial is going to install solar panels in the rooftop of the Feast Pavilion to produce clean energy. And they're going to install also a system of batteries to store that energy. And they will install 7 bidirectional charging points for these vehicles. So they want to test if a solution for some vehicles to give energy to the network or take energy from the network, depending on the demand, on the price of the energy. We will explain it. I will explain it a little bit later. So to manage this smart grid, we will need a digital twin that will be developed by FlexiGrid and the IoT Lab of Madrid. With this implementation, we will manage the electrical flexibility of the network to avoid bottlenecks, maximize the efficiency and the use of the capacity that we are going to deploy. And test systems, they want to develop a green energy data space in mobility. So they would like to optimize the use of energy by all the participants in the system. And they are thinking on develop high-value services, as, for example, an energy marketplace where energy purchase and sale could be implemented, considering the supply and demand of electricity in real time, because we will have solar panels, the electrical grid, we will have these reverse vehicle charging points. Also, they want to implement a service for the allocation and reservation of electric vehicle charging points, considering the occupancy, the supply and demand, and the energy price. So these are the pilots that are going to be developed in this project. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
I have 2 questions. First one is regarding the drones. Do you have a segregated airspace to be able to fly the drones?
No, not yet. We will have to deal with the permission because we are very close to Torrejón Airport, so we need a specific permission to do that.
So they are not working.
No,
like
they are not working
okay.
right now, but we would like to implement it in the future.
And second question is about the autonomous bus.
Yeah.
What is the cost of that bus? Because if it is very expensive.
No, for the pilot, it will be free. And ALSA is going to implement it, and it will be free for the users. We want to give this service for people who are actually coming in the public transport buses, and then when they get off the bus, they have to walk to the different companies. And with this service, we want to complement this public service.
And do you need to define like a sandbox for the traffic authorities?
Yeah.
And it is done already?
No. The City Hall is working on that. In this project, there are different departments of the City Hall. So there is the department which will deal with this issue, because before starting this pilot, we have to solve all this regulation.
And the responsible is the municipality of the?
No, it's the DGT. DGT. we are expecting that bus service to be implemented during this year. ALSA has already, they have the bus, and now they have to work with this kind of permission. We have to define the route, and we hope that maybe in the second half of the year, that service could be implemented.
Thanks for your presentation regarding the autonomous shuttle bus. Why are you working with ALSA and not with EasyMile directly? Because we are looking also for an autonomous shuttle bus to inside the terminal, but we are talking with EasyMile directly.
Well, in this program, this consortium was led by the municipality of Madrid. So they were looking for the different entities who were going to collaborate. So I don't know why they checked ALSA instead of other company.
And is full autonomous, or it needs?
No. Well, I have to make it clear, as it's not allowed like full autonomous vehicles right now. So they will be autonomous, but there will be a person inside the bus or controlling the forklift who is going to move the containers.
Because this traffic is mixed traffic, right?
Yeah, and it's a very complex traffic. That's why we want to work with the lighting, with traffic lights, and interoperate all the devices. So when the bus is coming to a cross, to give preference to the autonomous vehicle, because there will be like real traffic. We have, as I have told you, we have big trucks, vans, cars. We have more than 1,000 forklifts moving around. So it's pretty complex. But we'll see. If it works in Merca Madrid, it could work anywhere else for sure.
Do you have sensors in the road for control the traffic, or
No.
only the autonomous
Or only the autonomous sensors vehicles, but we want to implement with the security or surveillance cameras the control and of the traffic flows in Merca Madrid. It will be more with the cameras. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now is the time for the roundtable. Following the same scheme of this workshop, we want to gather people from academia, Professor Alberto Camarero, who will moderate the roundtable, and people from industry, and also from the municipality of Madrid, one is the Oficina Digital. So I let the floor to you, and yeah.
Okay. Good morning again, everybody. A pleasure to be here. Welcome to this final activity of this to the workshop in digital twins, key technology that is transforming the different sector of the economy. No? We have our vision, no? Mining, ports, logistic platform, Merca Madrid, and a lot of things. And of course, logistic ecosystem. The global. On a global scale, digital twins are revolutionizing how we understand infrastructure management.
Hello.
Okay. From real-time simulation and optimization to sustainability, this tool enables us to anticipate problems, optimize resources, and mitigate environmental impacts. Their ability, we can listen in the previous conference, to create accurate virtual replicas of physical systems allowed not only assess the current state of infrastructure, but also predicting future behaviors. And I think it's the more potential of these facilities. These facilities data-driven decision-making that collaborate in resilience and reduce operational risks. In logistics system, port system, that is our specialty, this technology is marking a significant turning point. We are using concepts such metaverso, metaport or metapuerto, Internet of the Things, digital twins, themselves are being integrated to transform traditional processes. Furthermore, the innovation are fostering greater interconnectivity among different stakeholders within the logistic chain, the global logistic chain, promoting system interoperability and cooperation between ports and other maritime, of course. Let me only a brief reflection of the work we are doing in our research group in port and logistic, because we are deeply committed to integrating digital technologies to develop smarter, more sustainable, and better connected ports. No? Our research includes in the last time, advances simulation for real decision making and incorporation of tools like digital twins or metaverso to improve safety and operational efficiency. Anyway, I'm confident as today's discussion with these three speakers will give fascinating insight and inspiring vision on how this technology, these digital twins, can shape the future. And for that, we are joined with three outstanding professionals. We are a very good expert in digital twins, and they are going to share their knowledge and their value expertise in this area. First, to my right, we have Nancy Vega. She has over 20 years of experience in leading technology consulting in things like Hewlett Packard, Ernst & Young, Sopra Steria, that is now the major tech player in Europe with more than 56,000 employees in more or less 30 countries, different countries around the world. Okay. She is computer science engineering with MBA from the Northern University. She has designed and implemented digital transformation programs in different companies and institutions, monitoring innovation also in programs at IE, Instituto de Empresa, Business School, or USA, Universidad Alfonso X el Sabio, and others. Currently, she has 2 key points. Country head for Spain and Portugal at Zimpan, dedicated to implementation of sustainability, digital twin and smart industry solution, and business development director of aerospace vertical, no? Working in the transitionality with Space Force division. No? We are going to have another point of view on the aerospace world. No? I think it will be very interesting. And the second speaker is Antonio García Paz, graduated in computer science for this university, Universidad Politécnica de Madrid, and is member of the Senior Corpus Computer Science and Communication of the General State Administration. He has developed his professional career first in the private sector, banking, technology, later in various positions and ICT responsibility in the General Administration, and in the last 3 years, he has been working in the council, in the City Council of Madrid and Ayuntamiento de Madrid as Deputy Director of General Data Strategy and Artificial Intelligence within the Directorate General of the Digital Office. Okay, and the last speaker is Félix Tejada. We know everybody, but he's an architect with 12 years of experience implementing innovation solution in ACO sector, and currently is Associated Managing Director and Director Business Development at TYPSA Digital. That is a branch, a new company within the TYPSA group. They are very important people here. Okay. Before I have several questions, and I think these questions are for everybody. And I have 3 or 4 different questions later. I will pass any question for the floor. Okay. First, I would like to know, if you want, we can begin with you. Second and the third one. What initiative at the company you represented undertaking regarding digital twins, and how was this tool helping to inform decision makers?
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation to the university and also TYPSA. As you said before, I belong to our organization. It's a global organization. It's a consulting digital transformation. Within the organization, we have acquired different companies. And one of them is Simpa. Simpa belongs to Airbus for many years. And what happened? Simpa is dedicated to the implementation of digital twins, okay? And we are using digital twins through the PLN solutions, okay? We are agnostic of technology, okay? We are not selling software. We are just selling services, okay? And this is interesting because we are able to implement different technologies when we are implementing digital twins. What happened? At the beginning, we are working in the aerospace sector, okay? And we are implementing digital twin for products such as a plane or chips, or for the processes, for the warehouse, for the plants, okay, different kind of digital twins. And this is our main roles. We are implementing digital twin through the life cycle management, okay, from the engineering, manufacturing, and customer services, okay. Most of our customers are trying to implement digital twin, okay, starting from the engineering part, okay. We're working, for instance, not just for aerospace, we're working for automotive, for Alpine, Formula One, for transport, for SNCF, similar to Renfe and many other companies. So they're starting implementing the engineering part, and then when the model is more robust, we have a lot of data, we continue with the maintenance and operations, okay? And we are working on that in this field. And the second part, okay, as I said before, Sopra Steria have acquired different companies. Last year, we acquired CS Group. CS Group is a company dedicated to space. And what happened? In that regard, we're working for ESA, and we're working for a European Commission and in different programs. One of them, for instance, is Copernicus, and we are able to use all of the image, okay, of the Earth in order to create a global digital twin. And based on that, we are working, okay, in a digital twin of the Earth, and provided different kind of services, okay, for the environmental issues, to help to the cities to have a better conditions, okay, and for the coming challenges. And this is what we are doing at the moment, okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your invitation to assist to this roundtable. Thank you for joining my partners to this and for the assistance to this. And okay, the digital office I belong is not a relative young department inside the city council, and we only have 3 years, okay, a little bit more or 3 years. So when we identify that, okay, the digital twin is not new. Maybe that we call this, we have scalas in all the organization, things like this, but it's relative only for the operational model. We are starting with predictive, and okay, we think we identify many digital twins inside, but only relative for each department. Each department have a small digital twin, and our intention to spread this digital twin to all the city and all the services. Our challenge is to design a digital twin of a global city, not only for every department. This is our challenge when we arrive. And okay, we hope we are optimistic about this, because we started with last year, again, in 2024, with a demonstration space of digital twin. And we identify at the beginning only 3 cases of use to try to explain to all the organization how it works, or how we can use the digital twin to design new services, because we are a public service. We have to think we want our digital twin to improve new services for our citizens and for the city. And again, we started with 3 cases of use, and we have developed 12 cases of use for different solutions that can use the data that we have now at this moment, and how we design new services to the citizens and to the city. Okay, we have a tender now to develop a global platform for the city of Madrid, or digital twin of Madrid. Okay, we hope next year have maybe at the end of this year, but I suppose the next year have a new result for this. So I hope you can here to show this to all people who want.
In your office, what is your role in the different development of the companies we have recently?
Okay, I'm responsible for
Merca, Madrid, and so on. No?
We are responsible for the digital strategy of Madrid. Okay, we developed in the end of 2022. We developed a digital strategy of Madrid. We expect in the next month or next 2 months a new version of this strategy. We consider this strategy can be static, had to the technology go really fast. So we don't consider this strategy that a static strategy. We have to incorporate everything there. We have a technological different strategy relative, for example, for AI. We have to move quickly to a new version of this strategy too. So we have to incorporate all this in the strategy. And again, we have the role to manage and to coordinate every technological project of the city council. This is why I incorporate, we try to improve and to help to these different projects of Merca Madrid and UNT. But again, they were really interesting project that we have presented here. I invite you to follow this, because the result of EMT, for example, is the top of the of the technological organization inside the city council. And with Merca Madrid, we have learned a lot, because we can do for a digital twin in the same way that we think. Okay, as my partner have explained, is a digital twin for all the Merca Madrid. We can incorporate mobility, energy, waste management, and people who move inside. Okay, it's quite interesting in the kind of digital twin that we think we have to develop. Okay, in the case of Madrid, we don't have to forget that you manage and we give services to the people. This is quite important for us to incorporate this to the design of the digital twin Madrid.
It's a very interesting project. Felix, what about TYPSA, the new company?
Well, we all know TYPSA is engineering architecture. Our traditional business is design and go to the construction site. And in the last 3 years, we have been focusing on opportunities and challenges. So that we have created TYPSA digital solution. TYPSA digital solutions have been created in order to centralize all the resources and the services that we have for TYPSA group to provide services around digital twins. So the services that we provide for TYPSA, for digital twins from TYPSA, are data acquisition. We well know how to capture the data necessary to start scheme with those digital twins. We provide another service that is format data. Data, a picture, and a picture maybe you cannot use the path. We organize that data, we format that data, maybe we create a model, or maybe we create a place, whatever. We use data, then simulation, we provide service simulation. Okay, yeah, no. Sorry for the ones that are online. And Simulation, the services that we have been doing since the beginning of TYPSA, because in the design, you simulate the future and then you build it. So the digital twins are for that. But the thing is that the asset is built. So you simulate from the build. So we provide all the services that TYPSA already provide. And at the end, you need to visualize the results in so that you can take action, improve your. So for TYPSA, we want to take advantage of all the solutions that we already developed in other cases in this operation. That is the how we.
Okay. Well, okay, thank you. I would like to talk now about project. No, what kind of project or what project do you consider more representative for your company? No, what for the good the bad result? No, because sometimes not only also we can learn more lesson from the bad result more than for the good result. No? What is the more representative in your domain?
Well, we have many in the bad and also in the good, because we are suffering when we are implementing these kind of things because sometimes the organization are not ready, okay, to absorb these kind of technologies. And the people also, the way of working have to be changed, and the change management have to be implemented. So all of these we're suffering in this kind of project. But I would like to mention three of them, okay, quite different. The first one is, for instance, we are implementing digital twin, okay, from the engineering part, okay, using life cycle assessment studies, okay, and using the PLM or many other tools, because we are combining different tools in order to identify, okay, what are the environmental measures, okay, when you are design a piece of, piece of the plane, or you are, for instance, working on this kind of warehouse, or what is the real environmental issue that you have. And we can use digital twin in that regard, okay? Using, of course, the data invent, okay, different kind of parameters that we can find on globally, okay? And we can make some measures, comparison, and then we can improve, okay? Not the real physical product, okay? Or the real physical plant. Okay, this is one. We're implementing this kind of solution in Safran, in many other companies. The second one is a traditional digital twin. For instance, we have in the real way infrastructure. We're implementing digital twin in Deutsche Bank, okay, in Germany. We are helping our customer from the beginning, okay, starting from the BIM, okay, from the digitalization of the infrastructure until they identify the right common data environment, and then to continue exploiting, the digital twin. And the third one, which is quite different, I'm going to talk about the space, okay. As I said before, we are implementing the digital twin of the Earth, okay? What we are doing, we are using, okay, the image from the, as I said before, for the Copernicus, okay? My colleagues using different software and different artificial intelligence algorithms, they are providing different services, okay? At the moment, the French government, okay, has required us, because we belong to a consortium, okay, which is Hydron Venture Consortium. And the idea is to identify the different, to create services around the flood management, okay? Flood management. And we are already put in place the services for the lake, okay? We can have, okay, mapping all of the 1,000 lakes at the moment, okay, from France, and we can identify the right level of the lake, okay? The water. So it means this kind of service is for the water resources. So we can see if the lake is at the right level, or is a minimum level, or we could have a drought, and for instance, a fire. And this kind of services is already in place, okay? And now the government is using, okay? We can export these kind of services, okay, to other countries, for instance, Spain. And now we are working in another one, which is a flood management, okay? The idea is to identify if we can have a disaster, okay? Send alert, okay? And using different algorithms in order to provide services to the community. Okay.
It's very interesting for space.
Yes, yes,
Have
yes.
the
It's quite
Santana-
interesting.
the
It's quite interesting.
Santana, it's,
Yeah.
Okay. Madrid, what about Madrid?
Okay, like I told you, I have intention to start a tender, okay, in this first part of the year. But okay, last year we developed case of use in a virtual demonstration space. I'm going to tell you that for us it's something curious. The people who manage the Protección Civil in Madrid sent us a PDF just only with the schedule of the King Parades, Cabalgata de Reyes, okay? And okay, we think, okay, what can we do with this? Okay, thinking about giving a service for our citizens, okay? And okay, we take this schedule, we take the images for a geoportal, okay? We can trace this schedule and the places where the King Parades goes, have the timing. So we think, we talk with the police and the Protección Civil where they put their vehicles to protect to this. And we think, okay, if we can take the information about the amount of people that place in around this path, okay, we can make a recommendation about if I go with my child to visit the parade, where is the place and the time to a less crowded place, okay, to go there in the crossroads. So we make a case of use relative to this, okay. This only, okay, we show this of different departments, and one department of the sports say, okay, I'm interested in this relative to the marathon of Madrid, which are really, okay, really
40,000 people.
yeah, okay, this is really big impact of the city. So we develop a new one. So we think that when we started and we provide a platform where the different departments can use this information, okay, I think this is a really good way to implement new case of use of this. So we train for a platform to develop this kind of use. I'm sure more than this. And also we consider that the digital twin must be a consumer of the different digital twins that this is, for example, the information of Merca Madrid and the information of EMT or information for the responsible for the mobility in Madrid. So we incorporate, and there are many other things. And we have also, okay, I invite you to visit gemelo.madrid.es, Gmail, okay, where we describe you can see a small video relative to the case of use. Okay, so we expect that in the future we can give solutions for many things that's only thinking about if I, okay. So well, we'll try. Thank you. I think so.
Felix, what about TYPSA project? Your start project.
Connecting with the I don't know the master projects. We are in a really big moment for digital twin. Key for us, because when I visit APM, I see that many of the disciplines and many of the sectors were working. Like sector were working with many years ago. Many years ago, we are for us with you, but we are in a big moment with clients. The private client know the importance of them, the importance, but to go for the we are facing different kind of projects about advocacy, the one that we developed for design about, how to start with digital twin. They have heard something about that. They know that money can be earned, safe, implement. So how we work with it? Technology, we have other projects where they are ready to cooperate, but they have nothing. So they decided to start. I'm so sorry about the microphone. Maybe I don't know how to use it because all of you is sorry. We have other projects where okay, let's go for it, but the client is want to go step by step. So they start with start with the model, with capture the data and create the 3D model. We go deeper later. We have other projects that the digital twin is already on course, is happening, and the client wants to implement it because it started with the model, and now we want to do some algorithms, simulation to include extra information. And it's not too much, but there are other clients that they want to start and end with a case use. For example, for a pilot or for a real thing. In terms of that, for our clients, the clients that we are designing the infrastructure, for example, Wave Garden is a company that creates swimming pools for surfing. We are going to have one in Madrid, I think so, close to the Atlético Madrid stadium, if things don't change. Well, we've done for them BIM consultancy to implement the BIM into the company, and also a consultancy of digital twins at the end of that process, at the end of the construction, so they can take advantage of the digital twin when the site is in operating model. We have, like in Bilbao, and we have here the regional lead of TYPSA in the north of Spain. We are going to create the first steps of the digital twins, and we are going to integrate it in Golit, the platform that is part of TYPSA group, that integrates many databases to operate as digital twin. We are going to start, and we are going to have a case use. Or for instance, in Cartagena, in Puerto de Cartagena, we are working with a digital twin that already exists. They need extra functionalities, and also we are doing some kind of consultancy to move from a dependency software to a free software, for example. And we have identified 4, 5, I don't know how many type of projects I explained, but we are working in that variety of projects.
Very interesting. It's a very difficult project. I didn't have time for the last question. I think it's interesting. Looking ahead, no? How do you foresee the development of digital twin in the future, in the next future, in the field of civil engineering, logistic, and also what limitation you are working in that, no? In different steps, what limitation have you identified to the use now and in the future of the digital twins? This is like the future, no? Predict the future.
For the future, what I can see, a more robust digital twin, incorporating with artificial intelligence, with robotics, okay, with more IoT, okay. We are far away at the moment, okay. I would say our customers are still, have to do too many things, especially for the cybersecurity topics. And the second is to use more space. And why? Because space is coming, is here. We are going to see a lot of development, especially Spain, by the way, with the new space. We are going to start listen about space more and more. Space is going to provide to the cities a lot of information, a lot of data. And we need to try to use it and incorporate it in our digital twins, okay? I would say these 2 points are very important. And the last one is what I could say this virtual system digital twin. It means digital twins that can be in the port. When the first presentation said that they have a virtual twin or a digital twin, and then they are going to have a system of digital twin. It means the digital twin incorporating in the value chain, not just for the customer. The customer is asking to the others to develop the digital twin, everybody's to be integrated. It's a challenge, but it's the future, okay? And in terms of the challenge per se, investment is quite complicated, okay? We need to reduce the cost of the implementation, okay? The second point is the cybersecurity, as we mentioned before, okay? And what I can say, we have to be prepared. This kind of what you are doing, this company, the university, we need people who is able to implement digital twin. Yes, we need to have people on that regard. Of course, we have to think about the people. I would say this is the most difficult part for us.
For me, for a city, okay, I think one is data. Okay, we need data of quality. IoT, okay, we have a campaign with Polytechnic University to define an IoT standard. Okay, every company that put an IoT system inside a city have their own standard and their own data structure. So we are looking after have an IoT standard for all the cities and try to share, of course, with whatever we want. But if we speak in the same languages, I think it's more easy to implement a digital twin for one city. Cybersecurity also, we have incorporated this group of Polytechnic University IoT Math Lab. I invite you to visit this. Okay, the cybersecurity is one in the base of all our development. We incorporate this team to this because it's quite important. If you design a digital twin and you have a break of cybersecurity, you are going to have a problem. And more if you are in a city, you have a critical service. If you have a problem with this, maybe you are showing this information away. And okay, in this case, at least for me, to implement new and better services to our citizens. Okay, not only apply. Okay, our boss always say we have to apply technology, but not apply just only for apply technology. You have to have a purpose. Yes, only okay. In case I'm maybe in the private service, okay, to earn more money, or in our cases to develop better services for our citizens. Okay.
It's easy to forecast the future if I'm the last of it, or the one that is forecasting it. So I'm going to agree with many things that you have shared. For sure, we need more people, Nancy, that understands not a specific theme, but a holistic view, how to integrate. Here we have Ingeniero de Caminos, we have science computer, we have architects, we have multidisciplinary people that understand the consequence to join everything together. For that, and here we are with digital to infrastructure city. What the people is learning is precisely that, to have a general overview of technologies, IoT, artificial intelligence, how infrastructure. So we need to go to the future. We need many people that have those skills. Talking about IoT, but not only IoT, but software. Are we moving to just one provider of digital twins, or just one provider of IoT framework? I suppose yes, but I hope it's open. I hope it's not Autodesk. I hope it's not NVIDIA with Omniverse, but Innoverse is being created in that direction to connect open source. I hope that. I hope, but it's difficult to have just like a program that you connect everything and everything happens. It's hard. In APM, they are using, for example, Unity to connect everything. TYPSA, we work with Unreal, with Unity, we work with Autodesk, we work because it's not clear the future what is going to happen. For sure, it has no sense to create everything from the scratch every time. So maybe we will have like a framework to connect models, maybe Omniverse, I don't know. And what kind of future? 5 years, 10 years? I don't know. But the point is that digital twins.
The future is tomorrow.
The future is in the next world.
Yesterday. The future was yesterday.
So a system of digital twins, all connected. The digital twins for products have existed in many disciplines. Digital twins for processes has existed in this industry. Now we are working hard in digital twins for infrastructure and for buildings that connect everything, the products and the system inside. So we are going to have a matrix or something like that in not too many years. Yes.
I think the common point of view is that the way education in this kind of skills, digital twins, is important for the next future. Also the investment, and the technology, but I think the people have to apply this new skill like a laptop. I think in the future students will know different students that we have known in the past. Okay, I think we have. Let's start to the question from the floor. We have 2, 3, 5 minutes. Any question on the floor? One, two.
It's just a general question, so whoever wants to answer. My question is regarding, I don't know if you could share an example of a case where you, by implementing a digital twin, you got like a unexpected insight in the financial or economic, like a financial or economic benefit besides resources optimization. So if with a digital twin, you were able to find like a different result or like a key point that made you more, that you were able to get an economic benefit. I don't know if that.
Let me tell you something. When you are implementing digital twin, we always have a wrong answer. It means you are going to have a problem. This is for sure at the beginning, and this is the idea to teach, okay, and to try to teach the model, okay, to improve the model, because at the end it's like artificial intelligence. You have to teach the model until the model is tuned and the model is ready to provide the answer that you are looking for. Okay, so it's difficult because at the end I could say that even though we have a complicated implementation, because depending on the customer, if you go to the space and to many other sectors, is even more complicated, it's a good project. Why? Because the project is going to give you too many insights and to create many other projects, many other pilots, and at the end is a win for all of the parts, for the customer and for the implementators. So it's difficult for me to say, hey, this project have a problem. No, because at the end, this project generate another ones. We are still investigating. We are still, yes, we need to do that.
Like it open more opportunities to have even more
Totally, because sometimes you are looking for something, okay, and you identify another ones. For instance, we have a project that we have ergonomic positions, and we try to to emulate what is the behavior of the co-work, the people working on the field, and then the answer is give you, okay, you know what, we have to improve the way of working. We have to improve the flow in the plan. So we are going to have many insights, and you are expecting insight. At least this is our.
I can share with you a specific applicants. TYPSA has its own digital twin for the headquarters. It's our laboratory to understand technology, to save money in the building, in maintenance, and also in the use. Last year, we implement IoT in the parking to try to understand why the street was full of cars and the parking was out of cars, and why people are not using the parking, or what time are they using. So we understand how the parking was using, so we implement a tool to manage the parking in a different way. Now we have how it was working, how is it working now, and we can predict when we have people come to the office, or when summertime or whatever, we can plan and adjust the demand of the parking to have everybody happy at the beginning of the day when they start working, and not because they have been driving around the building looking for what we are saving. We are saving sadness. We are implementing happiness. We are saving CO2 emissions because the cars are not running, and we are taking advantage of our building that was built for that. So the amount of money I cannot share with you because we don't know. It's an amount of things.
Not relative to the amount of money. It's not exactly a case of use a digital twin. We have analyzed the use of one of a green space in Madrid. Just only analyze the mobile sign. Okay, and we detect two things. Okay, there are one part is from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. that the use of the park increase a lot. There are a lot amount of people, and we send people to what happened at this time, because there are people around. There are many offices that go to the park to eat. So they put the responsible for the services put more tables for the people to get. And also we said that old people that go to this park only move from one part of the park. What happens? Okay, there are stairs in the middle of the park from one side to another. Okay, they design a ramp that the people can move from one side to another. So we don't know what is going to happen, but okay, if you analyze the information and you can give better services in this case, because not exactly an amount of money or budget, but okay, you can improve the use of one public space. So it's, okay, something to say.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your participation. It's one question for Antonio, and it's related to the digital twin environment in Madrid. I don't know if the things that you were talking about is the concept of gemelos, the twin of twins. But in that sense, when imagine that we have a public tender and there is, a company is going to build a building or a road or whatever, and they are using BIM, Building Information Modeling, and JICE, for instance. From the Madrid City Council, you are asking for them one kind of a standard related to BIM modeling, related to JICE environment, in order to implement that information in your twin of twins, because this question or this twin is totally different as the port or as the mining.
It's okay for us. Okay, yeah, we think digital twin is not a store of data. This is it's a consumer. Okay, we think that there are many different systems inside the city council, and there are departments responsible of services. I think that digital twin don't have to impact in these services because they're responsible for this service. The digital twin don't have to manage the traffic, don't have to manage the waste, but they must be a tool to use this information and to create new case of use to solve another problem. This is why I think that digital twin or digital twins. And of course, if you manage perfectly your traffic with your system, I don't want to manage the traffic. I don't want to manage it, as I told you. For example, EMT have a really good digital twin of the manage of the buses and the parks. But we think that this information is quite good for only to manage the mobility all around. There are a project in Madrid 360 that try to manage only relative to the public services of Madrid, how to move. I think that if put more information for this, for example, the weather, this is something, or the mobility of the people, or the mobility of the bicycles, or any other kind of things. And or what happened if the department responsible for manage the advices, you have a problem in a road, something like this, you have to solve, you go to there and cross and put the mobility. Okay, this is all around and impact in many services and departments. I think that the digital twin had to not to solve, it had to simulate or can make recommendation about this for the people who have responsible, but no, the digital twin don't have to be responsible for services, had to develop new services around this. This is our vision. I don't know if we are.
Thank you.
For Antonio also. Sorry. I just want to ask about in what level the information, the tools will be able for the people. I know now it's able for the people, and we can use and see some things, but it's a few information related with everything which is in the background of the development. So I want to know that. And also, can the people contribute to develop some applications to feed the twin of the twin?
They have intention. Okay, I told you. Okay, we are only 7 people in the digital office. Okay, so we have the intention to open this case of use not only for the citizens. So they have the intention to maintain meetings with people that okay, this is what I need, I think, because we think that the new services must born in the citizens, not for because what they really need something is the people who needs. For example, we are developing in relative to AI, we are developing case of use relative to people who ask things about email or WhatsApp. We try to implement with AI and create new services. First, inside, for example, just for give help to people who have special needs. Okay, we get all the information that we receive from many channels and try to implement a case of use in AI to solve or to give better information or to organize. In general case, we have to organize the information that we put in our. It's something simple, but okay. Why not? Because we are trying to do this. And relative to data, we have a data datos.madrid.es open. We try to put all the information that we can because GDPR we can publish all the information. We'll try to put this. We are moving this data website to more interactive or more a better way to consume this information is with a JSON and things like this kind of technology, because we think that you can download at the beginning a PDF and now an Excel or a CSV, but it is not the best way to consume this information. We try to put as much data that we can. I'm not responsible for these services, but we collaborate with this organization because I'm responsible for data, but not for open data in case. Okay. Yes. Okay. For the moment.
Yeah. So I understand that the idea is continuing with the tools that is a twin, or there is a roadmap in order to make a big twin in the future.
Oh, the future.
Very difficult, I know.
No, okay, because it's quite difficult. We are going to start with this idea, an open architecture twin of twin, because, okay, this is because I have talked with other cities that are developing digital twins. And what happens if they have, for example, we are looking after a marketplace, an open marketplace, not only for public sectors, also for private sector. This is why not. This is why I asked for people responsible for ports about if you have intention to publish information about, because this kind of the harbor affects to the rest of the city. If you have three boats, for example, the example is Barcelona. When a cruise arrived to the harbor, there's a problem for the city. You have a direct connection for the cruise companies that give information on the amount of people who is gonna download when they arrive to the harbor. That's to try to implement or to have to improve the transport and okay, just to move it. They are now analyzing the movement of the people who move inside the city to try to not be so crowded in the case of Madrid. But if you have developed an algorithm in Barcelona or okay, whenever another city, we are talking also with Amsterdam relative to the movement of the bicycles. You got a lot more information about this than us. So if you implement an algorithm, why can I use this if you want? Okay, this is why I'm talking about twins of twins, and also to open architecture to use this information to apply with the data on Madrid.
I think the conference is over.
Okay, it's time to close the event. Thank you very much. The purpose of this event is twofold. One is to disseminate what we are doing and what the industry is doing and what administration is doing. The second and more important is the networking. So now is the time for you to connect with each other. In this sense, I would like to convey two messages. One is that we want to give continuity to this project initiated by the Digital Europe program. And we are establishing a Center of Excellence that is a joint initiative with 4 universities in Europe, with the PON, Istanbul Technical University, and Budapest School, Economics and Engineering School. So the thing is that if you are here, it's because you are stakeholders of this project. So if you want details on our most immediate actions, I'm freely available for you. But the thing is that we want to develop more training and education, more technology generation, more technology transfer, and networking. So that is the idea of the center. And the second, regarding education, that we are the second edition of the joint master is ongoing. It's an executive master joint initiative for universities. The students are really happy. They are coming from industry mainly. Professors, a lot of the professors are coming from industry, but also from academia. The master aspires, and I think is a twin of the reality that is going on outside of around digitalization. So we will open soon the third edition, the opportunity to apply for the third edition. And we will also offer tailored education and specific education and training that here has been raised as one of the most urgent needs right now. So my last words, of course, to thank all the attendees here and online, all the speakers, especially the roundtable, and also TYPSA for the organization of this event. Thank you all, and especially also to the team that have been working on this event in the last weeks. Thank you all, and you are invited to a cocktail at the same place where we have the coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you very much.